Can you guys hear my audio at all? No audio, no audio, no audio, right? Hmm. Okay. Sorry. I had not imported myself into the room yet, so my bad on that. Yes, we have reportedly another mass shooting, and I say mass shooting. I don't know if it can be classified as a mass shooting yet because I don't know how many bodies took bullets because they're big on their definition. But I'm trying to pull up enough of these screens where we can at least follow what's happening as it's happening. So let's see here, guys. Give me 1 second to make sure that I pull the right slides up. I want to make sure that we have the right information up here. Let's see. Let's take a look at this one right here. Let me blow that up. Maybe that's a little too much. Can you see that? Yep, there we go. Okay, this was a couple of hours ago. I know there's a lot going on right now. Not enough is coming out about this yet, but so far as we know, police are searching for a male student accused of shooting two faculty members at Denver East High School Wednesday morning. According to the Denver Police Department, a male student who agreed to a daily search every day at the beginning of the school during the search Wednesday, DPD, that's Denver Police Department, excuse me, said the student had a handgun and shot two men who were dean administrators. During the search, DPD said the student was just with two faculty members. No other staff or students were with him. Law enforcement received a call at 9:50 a.m. So yeah, that's mountain time. So that's going to be what, 2 hours our time or 1 hour past us. The point that probably needs to be made in all of this is that they are not going to talk about, when we talk about this often, they are not going to talk about who this student is. They actually know who this student is. Is this the mayor? Looks like he's already politicized this. Another act of senseless gun violence. I would like to remind everybody while we talk about this and while we are looking at some of the stuff on this, that Colorado has some relatively strict gun control laws, not necessarily like California, Connecticut, Massachusetts, New York. Nevertheless, they do have strict gun control laws. And the Denver mayor says another act of senseless gun violence rocked the East High School community this morning. And my heart is with each and every student, staff member, and parent. Our students should be free from violence, period. Parents are angry and frustrated, and they have a right to be. Easy access to guns must be addressed in our country. Denver cannot do this alone. Not like Denver's done a very good job. So we know you're not doing it alone. You're not doing anything, apparently. There are common sense proposals at the legislature and in Congress right now. They must be passed. No, thank you. They violate the Constitution. Sorry. It's also time to return school resource officers in our schools. What? Okay, back to that in a second. Removing them was a mistake, and we must move swiftly to correct it. We're ready to work with DPS. We have to step up as a community and be part of the solution. I got to screenshot this because I'm going to have to come back to this. Okay, first of all, they removed the school resource officers. They did that. He's making it sound like somebody else made this mistake and he's trying to correct it. That's what he's trying to do. No, you guys remove the SROs. Now, all of a sudden, you see the strength in doing that. I'd like to remind everybody that where we have SROs, in some cases, that does the trick. You want to arm some teachers? How about a guarantee that nobody tries to shoot up a school? Arm some teachers. Let me look here. Colorado, let's see. Sorry, guys, I'm just rolling through some notes and I'm in some group text right here from some folks from that area. Yeah, good luck here. Some students and parents have called for tighter security on campus. Yeah, good luck with that. You got to convince those Democrats that you got to harden the schools, not just remove guns, because this mayor obviously is kind of stupid. And if you kind of want to know why this is being buried, Who is this from? Before I share this, I want to make sure that I know who this is from. In fact, I'm going to see if I can share it to my screen so you guys can look at it. Let's see. Let me find this Twitter account real quick. You guys can follow along with me on this one. This is pretty eye-opening right here. And I certainly don't want anyone to think that I'm not being honest in what I'm reporting or reading. So this comes from a Kyle Clark. Let's see if you guys want to follow along. It's at Kyle Clark, all one word. But I will pull it up and show you right here. What time did this person make this? So that I can pull this up. This was at 12:20 p.m. So let me pull in the thread, go down to his comments and see if it's in here. All right, this is taking me a second. I apologize. I'll read it to you, and then I'll find a way to pull it up. Whomever Kyle Clark is, states that Mayor Hancock now giving a suspect description. African-American male with an afro wearing a hoodie with an astronaut on it, believed to be armed. Again, DPS and DPD know who this suspect is, but won't name him or provide a photo. So are they really looking for him? If they're looking for the guy and he's on the loose, would not maybe a name and a picture be helpful? If he's a danger, which he apparently is, and you guys are going to include him in your school shooting statistics, even though he shot adults. It wasn't a school. I'll give you guys that. But is he a true danger or not? So why are you being so racist? You should say who this is until they catch him, and then we don't need to talk about his name. But show his picture and give his name so that we can catch this kid. Let me go to another screen real quick. Let's see if I can pull this other one up. Let's see if that's the right one. Nope. Maybe this is the right one. Yeah, here we go. So here's the scene from just a little while ago. Again, to kind of repeat some of what the other report said, 2 school administrators were shot on Wednesday morning at a Denver high school after a handgun was found on a student subjected to daily searches. Now, granted, guys, if this person was already subjected to daily searches, there was a problem there because they're singling out this one person, which tells you that everybody else was not subjected to a daily search. So they knew this person was a problem. If they're in an area where they have a problem, why are they just wanding 1 or 2 kids at a time? The school is not hardened. If you have one metal detecting wand, that is not hardening a school. If you are a parent with a child at a school that says the school is hardened and they have metal detectors and all they have is a wand to wand individual kids, your school is a soft target, as this one was. You need metal detectors in there. Oh, are we hardening schools? Are we making it scary now? Why don't you poll the kids in the school and see if they would rather you have the scary looking things to walk through that actually detects whether or not every single person may or may not have a gun on them or in their book sack, and ask those children if they would rather the school look scary with really hard looking stuff like that. Is that too scary for them? Or is the thought of somebody barging into the school and mowing everybody down with any kind of a gun, is that scarier? I'll take the first one. Can we harden the damn schools and quit worrying about hurting feelings? I think if you polled the children instead of a bunch of wacko Democrats, you may get a very different answer than what you are assuming that all the children want. The children would probably love to have it. The children would probably like to see armed security guards lining the hallways to know that they're safe rather than crossing their fingers and hoping that the person outside who wants to kill a bunch of random people at least sees the sign out there and goes, "Oh, it's a no school or no guns on this premises. My bad. Let me go somewhere else." They don't care about that. Let the kids make that decision. If you're too much of a coward to make that kind of decision to harden these schools, then let these kids do it. Ask them if you really want an answer. If you don't want an answer, don't ask them, because it doesn't sound like you really want an answer if you ask me. Let's see. I'm just looking for more information, guys. This is kind of a ongoing thing. Again, I don't think that they have this person in custody. Uh, okay, here we go. The condition. One of the administrators was critically injured and was undergoing surgery at an area hospital. The second victim is in stable condition. Man, that sucks. That really sucks. You got a job at a school, not the most dangerous job in the world, but they're soft targets. So you're sending people into a kill zone. Thomas said police knew the identity of the suspect and were confident they would apprehend him. So he's still on the loose. He is obviously armed and dangerous and willing to use the weapon. He's armed and dangerous, but we don't want to say who he is or what he looks like, because that might be racist. Because he's black, has an afro and a hoodie. Can we just get past the race crap and try to look at right and wrong and just focus on that? Because if we did that, this person might already be apprehended. If this person kills somebody else or shoots somebody else, I want to know who's going to be on the hook for it, for not giving out a legitimate description. Oh, I'm sure law enforcement has a description. Surely they do. But how about the general public when you have millions more eyes instead of hundreds of eyes from law enforcement? That would be nice. Let's give a description and a name of this kid. Yeah, I'm sure they know where he lives. They're probably at his house. But maybe some of the other students or some of the other neighbors or surrounding people in the area would help you find this person if you said who it was and showed a picture of what they look like, and heck, even say what they look like, because some of the people probably haven't done like me and gone and looked and found this description, because it's not anywhere else. I've looked and I'm still looking at other places right now just to make sure. I'm going to do this. I'm going to try this description. Let's see. Of the description of Denver school shooter. Here we go. This was 1 hour ago, 4 minutes ago. Denver student shoots two. Denver East, two faculty members. It doesn't look like. Let me look at the one that is 4 minutes ago. Maybe it's got something that's a little more helpful on that. It's from the New York Times. I doubt that's very helpful. They're very unlikely to have a description, but let me try anyway. So let me swap this screen over. Should be my last one there. Here we go. Okay, Denver student shoots two. School administrators flees. Police say the student has been under a safety plan that required he be searched. This was, just a short time ago, not 5 minutes ago. Denver school, high school student whose past behavior has prompted, just like we just said, his past behavior, has prompted school officials to require that he be searched before entering the school, shot two school administrators on Wednesday morning, and then fled. Good gosh. School shooting happened before 10 a.m. When two administrators were patting the student down in an office area separate from other students and found a gun. According to the Denver Police Department, the student fired several shots. Apparently, the student took the gun because they said they found the gun, unless he had it on him in his hand. Two men were transported to an area hospital where one was in critical condition, the other in serious and stable condition. Chief Ron Thomas and Denver Police Department said at a news conference the suspect had not been caught, and officials did not release his name or age beyond saying he was under 18. Uh, yeah. When you have someone who has shot somebody else, maybe there needs to be other rules in place because that's what they're going to say. That the least you could do is give a description of the person. Let's try that. Chief said that the suspect, a student at the school, had a safety plan in place that required that he be searched. We know that. Uh, we do know who that individual is, and search is underway to try to locate that particular individual. Superintendent Alex Marrero of Denver Public Schools said such plans were particular for each individual student and that they were based on past behavior. This is common for all schools in all districts. Yeah, right. The school, which has about 2,500 students, was under lockdown and will be closed for the rest of the week. Recent year school shootings by students whose behavior had been flagged by two administrators had prompted calls for faster action in the face of threats. A 6-year-old shot his teacher. We did a story on this in Virginia in January, despite what the teacher's lawyer described as escalating warnings that the child had a gun. Yes, they told the school 3 or 4 times during that day, and nobody did anything. Denver shooting came weeks after students at East High School held a memorial for fellow student Luis Garcia, who died after a shooting outside the public school. That looks like that's it for now. I just don't see a ton more on this. So unusual how they can bury something like this. There's just not a lot of information out there on this. Some of you guys may know, I see a bunch of you in the comment section. If you guys have any links or any information on this that might have a little bit more information than what I'm able to pull up, because man, this is crazy that there's a shooting in a school and it is this difficult to find any information on this. This really blows my mind. I'm not going to lie. This is kind of unusual how difficult this is to locate anything. Let me go over here again, see if I can find a couple of semi-reliable sources that I have not pulled out yet. And if you Google what I'm Googling right now, just to give you an idea of how you can kind of quickly find these things, I'm Googling Denver school shooting now. And a lot of times you'll come up with something, student who was patted down. I'll let you guys see what I'm looking at real quick. Let me grab this. All right, this is kind of what I'm looking at and where I'm pulling all my data right now from. Make sure you guys can see what I'm looking at. Not very big, but I apologize for that. But let's see, 2 hours ago, 24 minutes ago, that's Fox 31 Denver. They're likely being local. They probably have something on there. So let me move this bookmark to this spot so you guys can see it. Wow, that didn't even pull up, did it? Oh, here we go. Elected leaders react to Denver school shooting. Where is it? Here we go. All right. Again, let me zoom in as best I can. Elected leaders react to Denver high school shooting. This was a short time ago. I'm not going to repeat all the same stuff we've been talking about. So far, we do know 2 faculty members were shot. No children were shot or injured. It sounds like only those 2 people were shot, too. Nobody else was shot. Nobody has been killed at this point. Denver Mayor, this is the guy who's politicizing it. Denver Mayor Michael Hancock. Let's see what Michael Hancock says. Another act of senseless gun violence. Oh, yeah, Mr. Hancock. Rocked the East High School community this morning, and my heart is with each and every student, staff member, and parent. I think we might have read this already. Our schools should be free from violence, period. They should be, but you're not doing anything about it. Parents are angry and frustrated, and they have a right to be. Because, hey, here we go. He identified the problem. Easy access to guns must be addressed in this country. Denver cannot do this alone. If you are, you're doing a really crappy job. There are common sense proposals at the legislature and Congress right now that would violate the Constitution. It's also time to return school resource officers to our schools. Removing them was a mistake. Democrats did that, and we must move swiftly to correct it. Democrats did that. We're ready to work with DPS, and we all have to step up as a community and be part of the solution. My guess is that Mr. Hancock is probably up for re-election because he's pointing out all the things that everybody else did wrong, his Democrat counterparts. And now he's saying that he's ready to work with DPS and that he wants to step up as a community and be part of the solution. So I'll do a little bit of checking, but it would not surprise me if Mr. Hancock is up for re-election because this is looking like he's taking advantage of an opportunity to try to get people to vote for him. Their governor said, we're closely monitoring this tragic situation. We know that 2 victims have been hospitalized, and we pray for their health and swift recovery, as we do here. Our students should and must be able to attend school without fear for their safety. Harden your schools. Their parents deserve the peace of mind that their children are safe in classrooms. Harden your schools. And teachers should be able to work safely and without harm. Harden your schools. We also reflect that today is the anniversary of Boulder King Super's shooting. We appreciate the quick action, blah, 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 blah. This person is either a Democrat not up for re-election or a Republican because they didn't seem to politicize this quite as much. Senator Michael Bennett, I'm saddened to hear about 2 staff members who were shot at East High School. I'm thinking of kids, parents, teachers, staff, entire Denver community. No one should live. Yep, this is Democrat. I don't even have to look. No one should have to live with the daily fear of gun violence like this. Good luck, Senator. Representative Diane Gadet, we can't continue to live like this. Guarantee you this is Democrat. We have to do more to protect our schools and community from gun violence. Harden your schools. As a society, we have to find a way to come together to prevent these tragedies from occurring and curb the scourge of gun violence that devastating our communities. And we have to do it now. Enough is enough. I'm a Democrat and I won't harden my schools. Remember Representative Diana DeGette when you go to vote. Remember Senator Michael Bennett when you go to vote. Remember all of these people, including Mayor Hancock, because these people are not trying to harden their schools. Their ideas are to throw more money at local things that are going to convince you that red flag gun laws are good and stupid, idiotic types of programs like that. Not one of these people will ask, did we have metal detectors when these children entered this school? Yeah, they kind of know that because we're sitting here talking about this child who was wanded as he went into the school every day. So we know that for a fact, right? Let's see. This is, pull this up real quick. See if I can get some audio off of this.
Now becoming familiar with the evacuation process of being walked out by officers with guns in their faces, that this is our regular. I will never forget the first time we evacuated for the shooting threat that we had earlier in September. And I can't stand by and let this happen anymore. It is heartbreaking and so scary to think, when will the next one happen? Will it involve me? It's awful.
My God. Maybe you should talk to somebody about hardening your school.
Those poignant words there coming from those 2 students. As you can imagine, this is an emotional day following what they've gone through over the past five weeks or so.
I wish we could keep that live stream going or that stream going. Guess not. I tried. Oh my God. Maybe we should harden our schools. Oh my God. Yeah, try that. There's some things you could try. Yeah. I could give you some suggestions, but oh my God, I don't think you want to do any of those. That's the problem. These people are too stupid. And I don't think they really care about the shooting, to be honest with you. I think that what they really care about is that they are viewed as acting like they really, really care. Coming from. Let me find this noise. If y'all hear that, I apologize. I don't know where that was coming from. Gone. Yeah, these people, they're not really concerned with the actual problem. They're more concerned with how you view them. And that's what's important to them. They're not really looking for a solution as much as they're looking for a reaction from people when you put that camera in their face. And It's weird how these people simply cannot critically think. It's like an impossibility with them to get them to think what's really the cure or what's really the way to solve the problem. Something as simple as frickin' metal detectors and armed guards right there at the metal detectors. How is that so difficult? If you can automatically jump to, oh my God, we got to find a way to limit the guns, access to guns. Oh my God. If that's your thought and not narrowing it down to a true root cause as to how this gun got in there, if you're so stupid and naive to think that you are going to prevent bad people from getting guns somehow, then we don't need you as part of the conversation because you can't help us solve this. You're of no use. You're not contributing anything to the conversation because you're expecting a criminal to follow the new law that you are trying to pass. We're past that. We know the criminals don't care about your laws. So pass all you want. I'm trying to protect my kids and your kids. These people are simply trying to make a political statement and they could care less about anything else. I will bet you that any parent who has a kid at that school is sitting back scratching their head right now going, wait a minute. So you were wanting this kid? How many times did this kid maybe make it into school when you didn't want him with a gun? What days? I mean, I'm sure it's probably a random wanding. Maybe it's daily. I could be wrong. Could be daily. But my guess is it's probably kind of once you've wanted this kid 100 times, you're probably just like halfway wand him, like, you're good, Gary, go on in, that kind of thing. So he might have walked in there with guns before. But if I'm a parent at this school, I don't care how liberal I might be. I've got to be thinking, how did y'all let this happen? That could have been my kid, There should be an armed guard there and there should be metal detectors. Whenever somebody fails a metal detector, you should be able to press a button that automatically locks the next door he's supposed to go into. And now you've just secured this person outside the perimeter of that school location. So every student in that school is now safe. Everyone. You realize how easy that would be? If you put a single point of entry into a school and you prepare that thing to where when you have an alarm goes off that detects anything the size or whatever, the volume or whatever a size of a gun might be, or heck, anything metal for that matter. If it detects that, you have a hot button or something like that. And heck, it might even be automatic, but something you can hit that drops that door, makes it stay shut. And this kid now cannot go further into that school. And 100% of the people, including the adults, teachers, and all the children, are safe in that school. I'm here all day. If you just want to know how to solve your school shooting problem, I'll be here all day. I'm willing to help, man. I mean, that's what I'm here for. I'm willing to help because I feel like you guys are not doing anything to try to resolve this. Here's another one here. Let me get to this one. Okay, here we go. No, is that too big? Nope. All right. Scroll down, get rid of this one. I don't need that one anymore. That's apparently the school. Male student shot and wounded 2 faculty members. Again, guys, I'm going to try not to repeat everything every single time. A lot of these people are taking the wire and just running with the same wording. So I'm going to try to skim over a lot of that. Sounds like the condition of the 2 people shot has not changed. The student is under 18. The student fled the school. Search is underway. The weapon has not been recovered. It's very likely it's a handgun, which this should do nothing logical in terms of school safety, but certainly ignite the flame of Joe Biden wanting to outlaw every single semi-automatic out there, not just AR-15s. So this should help his cause as far as that goes, giving him fuel. Oh, we need to do something. Our kids should not go to school and feel unsafe. You're right. You're right. Harden the damn schools. Mayor Michael Hancock says, we will find that suspect and we will hold that suspect accountable for his actions this morning in placing everyone in danger and certainly wounding the 2 staff members who were doing their job and trying to keep everyone safe at the time. It's funny how people like this mayor, and I'm sure the superintendent of schools will come out and say the same thing, how they want to blame everybody else, because first thing they have to do to make it look like they were doing their jobs is to blame everybody else for not doing theirs. So the quickest way to deflect any kind of real blame is to make sure that the other people are blamed and everybody else believes that they are the ones truly at fault and not you, because that completely takes the spotlight off of you. That's why he says in a really gruff voice, I can promise you the way this guy said this was, we will find that suspect and we will hold that suspect accountable for his actions this morning in placing everyone in danger and certainly wounding the staff members. So he's angry now, and now he wants to really crack down on somebody because he wants to make sure that we were doing everything we possibly could. He wants to make sure that message is out there and that there's no way that there's not a single person who could trace this back to the mayor or, again, the superintendent of schools will be the next one to come out and say this, because the first thing they want to do is make sure that you know that there's nothing else they could have done, which they're lying. They took the school resource officers out of here. DPD, Denver Police Department, used to be a part of the SRO program in this school district, and these Democrats pulled them out. Because why? It was too scary. It was way too scary to have armed security in our schools. The kids were scared. Kids weren't scared. When have you ever seen a child who wasn't breaking the law be scared of a uniformed police officer? Have you ever seen that? I haven't. When I was a kid, I wasn't scared of a cop. You know why? I hadn't done anything wrong. If you're scared of a cop at that age, either you or your mom or your dad or your brother are doing something to where these people are presenting a negative view in your life. Again, I'm talking about as a child. Obviously, as we grow older, I'm certainly not implying that all law enforcement are great role models or anything like that. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if your first reaction is, I'm scared when I see a uniformed, armed police officer, something is wrong with you, because you shouldn't be. If you're a law-abiding citizen, you shouldn't give 2 rips that you brush shoulder to shoulder with another law enforcement officer or some law enforcement officer. Shouldn't matter to you. He's just another person just like you are. But if that person scares you, check yourself. Something you're doing wrong. Go down here. The shooting at East High School was reported at 9:50. Police and medical responders arrived on scene very quickly to find 2 adult men with gunshot wounds. Where's the, I just saw something on here. I thought I saw the description on here. Maybe not. Students. No, I thought I saw the description on here. Maybe not. Oh, yeah, here we go. The mayor asked residents to look out for the student, described as an African-American juvenile with an afro and wearing a hoodie with an astronaut on it. That sounds really racist. I mean, really, did you have to say that he was African-American? Did you have to say that he had an afro? Oh, and you threw in that he had a hoodie? Oh, my God. That seems so racist. I can't believe you said that. Oh, my God. Come on, man. Let's be honest about this kind of stuff. If we're not willing to put information out like this without automatically jumping to some stupid conclusion that this is about race, this is about a freaking kid that shot 2 people in a school where other kids were. Just put the damn stuff out there. Put the freaking description of the guy better than that even. I mean, he's got an astronaut on his hoodie. Wow. You know, you gave me a description of an African-American wearing a hoodie with an afro. Okay. So he's got an astronaut on his hoodie. Good. Well, can he take it off? I don't know. Can he take the hoodie off with the astronaut on it? In addition, another student was taken to a hospital because of an allergic reaction. I'm allergic to bullets. I mean, I don't know what the kid's allergic to, but maybe it's honestly, he probably had a asthma attack or something like that. They probably call it an allergic reaction, but I'm sure it was some kind of an anxiety or something. If not, it's totally unrelated to the story. I don't know why they would have put that in there. Paramedics were already in the building for that incident when the shooting occurred. Oh, so this happened earlier. Okay. Paramedics were in the building already for the incident of the allergic reaction when the shooting occurred, and so were able to immediately treat those wounded. I got you. That's my fault. Oh, here we go. Let's glorify this. The incident is the 18th school shooting this year at an elementary or secondary school in the U.S. in which at least one person was injured or killed, according to the Gun Violence Archive. We know the Gun Violence Archive is run by a bunch of anti-gun liberals, so we don't give that any credibility. If there's no way this is the 18th school shooting, that's going to be a lie. What they're talking about when they say a school shooting, they're usually talking about 19 and 20-year-olds who were shooting each other on the corner block. That's a half a block from a school at 3 a.m. in the morning. They still classify it as a school shooting. As long as people like the Gun Violence Archive are giving you numbers like that, completely disregard them. My guess is there's probably been 3 or 4 different types of shootings. Obviously, we would know because we report on those. I can think of 4 right now. The Virginia school shooting, this one, I think there was another one in Colorado and maybe one in Florida that I know of. Now, again, it's not that I know everything, so I'm not implying that I know of them all, but we do cover these types of shootings, especially when they happen in schools. So there was not 18. I can tell you that's a lie. Again, I'm concerned if I live nearby, but if local politicians aren't concerned about gangbangers shooting themselves in a school parking lot at 3 a.m. in the morning, then why should I be? Because they should be worried about their own communities, and they're not. They're not saying anything about that. They're not trying to stop that. They'd rather call for disarming people rather than trying to stop these people from shooting themselves at 3 a.m. in the morning. Please don't call that a school shooting because that's disingenuous and an absolute lie. Oh, here we go. Just this week, one student was shot at a high school parking lot in Dallas. I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh. When they say student, y'all want to click this with me? Because I'd sure like to see. I've been wrong a lot in my life, a lot. So I might very well be wrong here, but I'm usually right when it comes to a school shooting. It says shot at a high school parking lot in Dallas. Let me guess. After a dance where they're arguing, dope deal going bad, or just gang banging? Let's click on it. And I don't know if you guys will be able to see this one because it might have kept you on the old link. Let me go back and see if you're looking at what I'm looking at. No, you're not. Let me see if I can. I want to keep this story up. So I'm going to leave this one here and I'm going to read you what I just pulled up. Okay, this happened. Where's the date on this? March 21st, it looks like. Yeah. Several police officers were at Thomas Jefferson High School in Northeast Texas after a student was shot. I might be wrong on this one, and I admit when I'm wrong. Dallas ISD says after dismissal, a student was shot in the arm in the school parking lot. Well, come on. The remaining students in the area were pulled back to safety. This was not your prototypical child that's mad at everybody in the world, who's over-medicated and comes from a broken home, going into a school trying to shoot as many people as they possibly can. That is not what this instance was. After dismissal, the student was shot in the arm in the school parking lot. Remaining students in the area were pulled back to safety. The student was taken to the hospital. Injuries were not considered to be life-threatening. They say the shooting happened around 4:40, well after dismissal. They say a lot about 10 minutes after school dismissal, but what schools stay open till 4:30? Maybe they do. I don't know. I wasn't aware of any school that stayed open till 4:30. The district didn't explain what that entailed. Of course they didn't. For now, there's no information available about a possible motive. I mean, we know what it is. It was an argument. It's not a mass shooting. My point is, yeah, when I see people shot in a parking lot at a school, it's either a dance, it's an argument, it's older kids that came into the parking lot, or it happened in the dead of night. That's pretty much it on that. I wish I could find a live feed. Let me do Denver school shooting live. It does appear that they still have not caught this kid either. Yeah, they've still not caught him. Nope. So let me get back to. Nope. I don't see anything that's going to give me what I'm looking for, to be honest with you guys right now. So let me pull. If you want to see the location where it took place, I'm sure some of my Colorado friends could tell me what kind of area we're talking about. The high school is located in City Park neighborhood of the Colorado capital and is considered a Denver historic landmark. That means it's in a bad neighborhood. Well, these administrators are failing these kids, man. They really are. They're so failing these children. So. I mean, these people are so worried about disarming honest, law-abiding Americans. Meanwhile, our children are sitting. It's like having a chicken coop, and you leave the gate open at night for every possum and skunk and anything else to walk in there, foxes, coyotes, and just have their way. It's so stupid and silly that we continuously talk about this and go, oh, we need to do something. Our kids should feel safe when they go to school. Do your damn job. Make these schools safe. It's so aggravating to me. So there's essentially the school where it took place. Yeah, there's no other information right now. Guys, I'd like to get y'all's thoughts on this. I know that there's a lot of you guys watching right now, and I don't know, if we have anybody. I'm going to try to keep my eye out real quick for the comment section while you guys are in the room, and just see if you know anything else about this. I mean, have you heard anything? Do you know anything that we don't already hear about or know about? Yeah, we know this is true. And I know a lot of people will hesitate to say this, but I don't hesitate to say it because I don't care what anybody thinks. I bet if it was a white Trump supporter, they would have found him in 5 minutes. They would have. Absolutely they would have. There's no doubt in my mind. And they certainly would have a picture of the kid. They'd probably have his parents named and everything. But we don't want to appear like we're racist by talking about the actual race of the actual person who shot at people trying to kill them. God forbid we make somebody angry. It's funny how the people who worry most about skin color are the ones so afraid to actually talk about skin color. Yep. Chewing bubblegum, you're right. Making schools safe directly negatively affects the ability for the NWO to perpetuate attacks and push the gun control agenda. That's right. I've said it many times before. I talk about it. Of course, as luck would have it, I don't think I have a copy of my book nearby on school shootings. We mention this all the time. If school shootings went away, all the anti-gun groups would cease to exist. They don't want them going away. You can share this video with them and tell them I said it. I've said it in multiple videos. They like school shootings. They like mass shootings. All of this drives business to them. They are simply in business for one thing: to gain members. They do nothing. The gun control groups do nothing. They print bumper stickers and t-shirts with your money. That's it. They talk about safety. They don't have safety programs. They steal gun locks from pro-gun groups and give them out at gun places, gun shows, or little hippie places. They don't do anything. They don't spend any of their money on actual firearm safety of any kind. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Oh, yeah. Hang on. Thanks, CMG. There's a copy of your book over your right shoulder. Yeah. There sure is. There is a copy of my book right on my right shoulder. Sometimes I forget what I have here. It's just one of those things where if they were serious about trying to mitigate these types of shootings, they would do something about it. They don't want them to go away. It's bad for business. It's absolutely bad for business. There's no way to make money if all the school shootings go away. If every single person was honest about true school safety and agree that we need to harden our schools to make our children safer from lunatics and psychopaths and sociopaths, we could put a stop to every gun. There's no way to have a school shooting if a gun can't get into a school. Do you understand how simple that is? If you harden every school to where a gun cannot enter the school, it's not physically possible for a child to ever be shot. Now, the fact that you still want to include parking lots, yeah, we're still going to have gangbangers and arguments in parking lots in bad areas. That's still going to happen. But if you want to prevent every school shooting inside the school, you can do that. That's not a hope or a wish. You can do that. You absolutely can do that. But you don't. It's bad for business. And we all understand that. And I know I'm speaking in a vacuum right now, but it is true. Let's see, guys. I'm going to see real quick, see if I can't find an update on this, just because we're all sitting here looking at this. I want to make sure that, I mean, there's a lot of news coming out right now, but it's not new news. Everything that I see is pretty much, and you guys might be able to help me on this. I'm going to get rid of some of these windows, and you can see, speaking of my friends real quick, while I'm looking at this, I would like for you guys to, a couple of friends of mine who helped me out, our friends over at CMMG, if you would, I'm glad that they're watching some of this right now, just because they do care about the Second Amendment and protecting our children. But as I'm looking for these other links, I want you to look at their website, because they have been really good to my channel, and they're super good people and absolutely massively strong proponents of the Second Amendment and looking out for our rights. They, by the way, are also involved in the lawsuits against the ATF regarding stabilizing braces. So as I'm looking for other links, I wanted you to see their website and give them a big shout out and a thanks for what they do to help me out, because they do a great job. I think I've found live hunt for student suspect. Nope, that's not going to be it. I haven't pulled anything from Fox News today. Nope, their stuff is all the same thing also. Let me go try this one real quick. Again, thank you guys over at CMMG for everything you do. I appreciate you guys. So let me pull this screen up. Make sure you guys are looking at the same thing I am. Yep. Okay. Police to school. This is probably going to be littered with a lot of the same info, but let me see if something else pulls out, because this was something that just came up. Of course, there were no school resource officers. I did mention that earlier, that Denver Police Department used to be part of that. Let's see. Following the shooting, Denver Public Schools Superintendent Alex Marrero said 2 armed officers will be posted at East High School through the end of the. Okay, so why? This is what bothers me about these political appointees and gun grabbers. How stupid is this, and why? There were no school resource officers on campus at the time of Wednesday's shooting. But following the shooting, Denver Public School Superintendent Alex Marrero said 2 armed officers will be posted at East High School through the end of the year. Really? The whole concept of lightning striking twice in the same place kind of applies here. You had 0 there before. Now you had a shooting and you're going to put 2 there. For some reason, your logic and math doesn't make sense to me. And the only thing I see with this is a feel-good moment. That's all this is. It's for every single parent who has PTSD after today, whose kids go to this school because it is a soft target, and they know it's a soft target, and they know all you are doing is wanding children, not sending through a metal detector. So since they know this school is a soft target, and now it has been proven, this is your way to make them think our school isn't quite as soft as what it is, because, hey, guess what? We're going to put 2 armed security guards at the entrance of our school now. So every parent is supposed to jump up and applaud now. These, and no pun intended here, these parents have dodged a bullet. There's a kid that brought a gun to school. Maybe he was only intending to shoot those 2 administrators that he shot, but maybe he was planning on shooting the whole school up. We don't know that because he hasn't been caught yet. But your fix to the problem, knowing that this has happened and is likely not going to happen for the rest of the school year, is to put 2 armed security guards here. Maybe a metal detector. It's just me. I mean, I'm spitballing here. I'm just saying that it's possible if you put a metal detector and mandate that every single child goes through there before they can enter the school. I mean, it's just a hunch. It'd be something I would try. Because unless those 2 security guards are going to wand every single child, all you have done is change the appearance of the entryway of the school. You haven't hardened it one bit. So every single parent out there who's supposed to get a good, warm, fuzzy feeling about these 2 armed security guards ought to have more questions right now, asking, what else? Okay, we appreciate you putting the school resource officers. That's awesome. Should have had them all along. May have been a little bit of a deterrent from this kid who shot at the school today or shot these 2 administrators. Could have been a very good deterrent. Maybe a metal detector. I can tell you this much, guys. My son goes to a private school. My son is a special education student. We pay, not just me, I'm talking about me and some of the parents. We pay for a school resource officer to be at our school. Because since we're not a public school, there's no public funds that will allow that to happen at our school. Now, the public schools down here, we have school resource officers. There's armed, uniformed security guards. I'm in Louisiana, by the way, at all of the public schools. But the private schools, you have to pay for your own. But we have the exact same kind of school resource officer at our private school as the public schools do, because we hire a sheriff's deputy, which is the same who goes to all of the public schools. We pay one $56,000 a year. I wonder how much a metal detector costs. Let's see. I'm going to say doorway metal detector. Let's see if they cost $56,000 a year. 2-way metal detector portals. And I might be wrong. They might cost like $500,000. I don't know. Let's see. Boy, these are really, really nice looking ones. I'm sure they cost quite a bit. I'm just trying to find one through a doorway. Corridors, bidirectional, 1-person access control. Just curious. And it's probably going to be one of those things where you got to call the number. I get that. I'm sure that's what it's going to be. Double doors, school safety portals. Here we go. This is probably the perfect place. I'm at a website called Security Entrances, by the way. Okay. Yeah. Naturally, guys, I'm sorry. It's giving me I can submit my information and they'll get back with me for a bid. Anybody know? Let me go back to the comment section while I'm looking for this. And if you guys know, I'd love to know if anyone out there knows what some kind of a flow-through metal detector is what they're calling this. No, that's not what it is. That's not right. Here we go. You know what they cost? It would appear that you can get a walkthrough Garrett PD 6500i walkthrough metal detector for $4,700.95. That's what we could be buying for under $5,000. Yet we're paying school resource officers at my son's school $56,000 a year. How about a one-time payment? How about we buy, I don't know, you want to speed traffic up as it comes into school? You got 2 resource officers that's now going to be positioned at this school here in Colorado. Let's put 2 of these in, maybe 3. We could put 3 of them in, and you could have, let's arm one of our administrators, and we got the 2 resource officers, and they could probably manage all 3 of those, to be quite honest with you, if they know how to do their job. Let's invest $15,000 into a school. You've already got the 2 resource officers there. That's probably the city letting you have those resource officers. We're talking about taxpayer money that's paying for that. So, I mean, let's face it. Do they really care about taxpayer money? No. So that's no real cost to them anyway. I mean, there's probably a bulleted line item or something like that, or a dotted line that goes over to them. But does the school really care about cost? Again, they're spending government money. They don't care about that. But you really want to make it safe? Let's buy some $5,000. This doesn't seem like garbage either that I looked at. It's just a simple trim, the silver trim that goes around a doorway. Let's install 3 of them at each school out there. Honestly, guys, if you'd be willing to do it, I'd be willing to do it. I'll donate some of my money to some of these schools. And I don't care what neighborhood it's in. Let me be very clear. The far left are the true racists out there in this country right now. Maybe we should pick a school as a group, as all of us. Maybe we should find a school that has an issue with firearms finding their way into the school. Maybe they only have school resource officers. Maybe they only have wands where they're wanding people. And let's be quite honest, with the failed programs out there like No Child Left Behind, these people also have penalized poorer performing schools in the past. So a lot of these schools don't have the money or the funds or the resources to probably buy these metal detectors. So why don't we do this? I'm willing to head this up, and I'm willing to do it if you guys will help me do this. Let's identify schools, and let's start either a GoFundMe or find somebody who's not left-leaning wacko place where we can collect money, like GoFundMe is left-leaning wackos. And what we could do is we could simply collect money, and every $5,000 that we collect, we buy a metal detector. And because we know how schools will embezzle money, I ain't sending money to anybody. What I will do is I will organize the purchase of these metal detectors, and I will make them find their ways to these schools, the actual metal detector. And what I'm also willing to do is wait until they get them installed and maybe give them some funding to clean up the trim around it or something like that. But you got to send me a picture to show me that it was in fact installed and not sitting in the back of somebody's truck or behind the school or sold to somebody else for $2,000 so the school administrator can have some beer money or some dope money. If you would go ahead and install them, I would do my best to make sure they get installed. I would be willing to bet that many of us out there could very easily pool some of our resources and make some of these schools safer. You know why? Because I care about these kids. Again, I could give 2 rips what language they speak, what color their skin is, how stupid they are, how smart they are. None of that matters to me. What matters to me is these kids are being used as pawns because these people truly don't want this problem to go away. And they don't want these metal detectors in these schools. Let me be very clear about that. We will piss off the anti-gun movement if we can find a way to get these dang metal detectors into some of these schools. They will find a way to say that they cannot accept them from us. The superintendents and the administrators will find some kind of a way to say, sorry, we cannot accept this from you. I guarantee you they will, because we will make this problem cease to exist in these areas if we're successful in doing this. I'm going to challenge you guys, and I'm going to certainly put a challenge on myself, and I want you guys to hold me to that. Let's do this. I want you guys, I'm going to post a link. I don't know if I can go do it right now while this live stream is going. Let me see if I can. If I can post a link in the description. You know what I can do? I can post the link into the comments and you guys can see it then. Let me pull up what I'm looking at just so you guys can see it. Let's see, which one am I on now? Okay, here we go. Let me pull the metal detector up that I just had. And there might be some of you guys out there in the security world who can tell me if these are garbage or if they're good. I'm going to put a Garrett PD 6500i walk through metal detector. Let's see if the same thing pops up. Whole bunch of metal detectors right there. Let me find a location where you can, I wish there was like a place. Okay, here we go. Garrett.com. Yeah, the PD 6500i walk-through metal detector. Let me share this with you guys. I want you to see what I'm looking at. It looks like it's going to take a second for some of this to come up, but I think this is important. Again, what a weird thing. People actually looking for a freaking solution for these kids getting shot at or schools getting shot at. What an amazing thing, huh? So stupid that it takes people like us having to do this. Okay, this is what I'm looking at. Can't imagine installation is that hard, because in most cases, these things have got to be set up in a retrofittable type way that will allow you to simply put them into a doorway. Because if you notice that it's kind of a narrow enclosure, so it's very likely that this fits certainly. Yeah, if you notice the descriptions right there, most doorways, at least external doorways, are 36 inches. So the fact that this shows 32.5 inches wide, excuse me, tells me that these outer walls that you're looking at, perimeter of the vertical walls, are probably 2.5, 3 inches, something like that. Let's see here. You see how they're set up right there? See the little dude walking through there? And this guy's got a wand over here, which, wow, this is like a processing center. Maybe they're trying to figure out if people are stealing stuff from their place. Yeah, you see a sports stadium right there. Yeah, here you go. Go figure. It's made for guns, right? Let me see here. With more than 4 times the detection coils of competitive models, the PD 6500i provides uniform detection and precise pinpointing. Independent zone indicator lights on both sides panels identify not only height, but also left, center, right locations for one or more objects passing through the archway. So what they're saying is, see these numbers on here? This is the way I understand it. Again, some of you guys may be pros at this that I'm not, but these lights down here, I don't know if you can see my pointer. Yeah, maybe you can. But see the lights to the left of the number 4? Apparently there are zones, and this thing would tell you, because this indicator, these sensors on the side can tell how close or far away the object that it picked up is, as well as the height. So it'll tell you what zone it's in. This is pretty cool. So it would tell you if you had a gun up high like that, or a knife down in zone 20, where that knife would have been in a boot or a sock or something like that. Pretty interesting. Imagine if they had those at schools, right? 33 total zones. That's pretty impressive if you ask me. This, again, guys, was the one for $4,700. Excuse me, $4,795. So right at $4,800 is what these things go for. Hey, you want to watch a video? Let's watch a video. Let me see if I can get you guys some audio on this so you can watch it with me.
Garrett's PD 6500i walk-through metal detector provides advanced security screening. PD stands for pinpoint detection, which can be programmed to efficiently handle the specific application where the detector is to be utilized. This walk-through unit, commonly known as the PDI, will accurately locate metal objects such as guns and knives in one of 33 zones. For high-volume screening areas, the PDI's discrimination patterns can be set to allow innocuous items, such as keys or wristwatches,
that's cool,
to pass through without creating an alarm. The unit can also be utilized for high-sensitivity applications, such as prison environments, or for loss prevention, where all metal objects on a person's body must be pinpointed. The Garrett PDI includes a random alarm feature, and the unit can be easily incorporated into a multi-walkthrough screening arrangement. Accessories for the PDI
Yep, look how portable
offer
it
even
is.
greater flexibility of use for rapid deployment at special events. This walk-through caster set enables a PD 6500i to be easily moved by one person. The Garrett detector can also be equipped with a battery module to provide continuous operation without power cables or other wiring.
That's cool.
Security directors can access all walkthroughs on their network from a remote Wi-Fi location using this optional CMA interface module, available in wired or wireless versions, to control detector settings, monitor activities, and analyze statistics. The Garrett PD 6500i meets the world's highest test certifications. Best of all, this metal detector is built in Garrett's Garland, Texas factory under a strict ISO 9001 certified quality management system.
American made.
For more than 50 years, all of Garrett's high-quality security metal detectors have been proudly made in America.
I think that's actually pretty impressive, to be honest with you. That's not my field of expertise. Seems like a pretty reliable solution to me. The fact that these things are that portable also, how cool would this be if somehow or another, to save costs, you could actually relocate those to maybe the football stadium, because you know they funnel you into one gate anyway in order to take tickets or take money for these tickets. So you could easily do that too. And look, hey, if a person doesn't want to be, if a person goes through there and sets the alarm off, if they don't want to be asked to show what they've got in their pocket, they can turn around and leave. I think that anyone who would oppose their child walking through a metal detector going into a school should have to explain in writing why they don't want their child to be safer, why they would rather their child to be subjected to some sociopath coming in off the street and shooting them. Here we go. I was not aware of this. American Patriot with a guitar says, I just got notification. Shooter has been identified. 17-year-old Austin Lyle. Well, how strange is that? I don't know about the state of Colorado, but I know in the state of Louisiana, 17-year-old is considered an adult. How come we didn't know this information before this person was captured? They could have very easily put that information out there along with a picture of Austin Lyle, so that someone could have assisted in capturing this person. Luckily, and hopefully, I should say, nobody else has been shot. Oh, man. Well, I'm glad they caught the guy. I'm super glad they caught him. Thank God for that. Guys, I'm going to pursue this whole thing with the metal detectors. I really feel like I would like to see my kid walk through one every day at school. I mean, that would sure be acceptable to me, as far as knowing that my child was going to have the opportunity to see if the kid behind him had a gun or a knife in his backpack. Oh, gosh. No, I can assure you of this. Eva Black Cat says $5 says he was on antidepressants. Anyone take that bet? Not me. I'll double that bet with you, because I know he was. And I guarantee you he was probably bullied by somebody. But yeah, the antidepressants, probably number one, he's from a crappy home. If this kid was already on a radar screen, he'd done something before. And it's probably from a really crappy home. Let me take one wild guess. And this pisses some people off, and I don't care. My guess is old Lyle here, or whatever his name was, doesn't have a dad at home. Just a hunch. And if he does have a dad at home, he's not present, and he's a piece of trash. So, and I would be more in, yeah, bolts and holes. I like your name, dude. Drug deal gone bad. Yep. Again, these are the kind of things that the far left wackos don't want to talk about, because this is not good for them. This is the kind of stuff right here that, if it is a drug deal gone bad, but man, how do we spin that? Well, it was at a school. So yes, we got a school shooting. Yes. It's okay that it was a drug deal gone bad. Let's don't talk about that. It was at a school. That's all that matters. Geography, geography, geography. That's all that matters. Body counts and locations. That's all that matters, these wackos. They really don't care who and why. They never have. They've never cared. This could be anybody mad about anything and singling out a specific person for whatever reason. Doesn't matter. Happened at a school? Yes, school shooting. And I'm saying that sarcastically for any idiot out there watching this. I'm not pumping my fist. They're pumping their fist. They like school shootings. If they tell you they don't, they're lying. The anti-gun left absolutely loves school shootings. The only thing better to them than 500 people being wiped out by a firearm is something happening at a school. This is big news for them. The whole state of Colorado will be fist pumping for days after this because they get the spotlight. They get to ramp up any re-election campaigns out there because now they're getting FaceTime and they're getting on cameras. This is a good thing for them. This is big. This is really big. You know, this is like whenever, I don't know, the president comes to your town or something like that. You might get on camera for a minute as the president drives by. Hey, look, me, I was on TV. These people get to have that right now. This is their moment. And I'm saying this as truthfully as I can because I mean every single word of it. These people salivate at these type of situations. So this is a really big deal for them. Me, I'd like to see my kids safer. That's just me. I'm going to leave this up. I'm going to reach out and contact somebody from Garrett and just see if that is in fact their pricing, spec sheet. Yeah, they're probably not going to have anything. Support and training contact. Yeah, they're not going to have any pricing on here. But I'll do some research on this. If anybody's interested, I'm going to do my best to just see if I can't also find some maybe underperforming or poor securing schools out there. I say underperforming from a security standpoint. In other words, busting kids with weapons or firearms on a regular basis. We'll see if we can't find a way to get involved, or at least I will. And anybody that wants to take part in that, I'm more than happy to have you folks as part of it. But I will do my best. What is that? 2005 red Volvo. So tell me what you're referring to, Werewolf 6, because I wasn't following in the comment section. Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. American Patriot with a guitar says, yes, Paul, I didn't say he was caught. I said he was identified. My bad. I was implying or assuming that he had been caught. So that's my fault. So that's probably what my other friend down here said. So you were telling me the color of his car. Got you. 2005 red Volvo. I follow you now. Still at large. Okay, I got you guys. My bad. I gave some bad information there. I was making an assumption that was meaning he got caught. Yeah, Evil Black Cat. I mean, that's the case in so many cases. Again, there's books out there that talk about this kind of stuff. I did, Bob. Bob said to read Werewolf's post. I did. I think I've finally clarified that. That's my fault. And that's where it's tough for me when I'm doing a live stream by myself, because I'm looking for a lot of these links and stuff like that. And I don't always get a chance to read the comments, which I should, because you guys are actually more reliable and a lot faster at finding and presenting data than many of these news outlets are. So we still have a kid on the loose. We do know his name. And now I feel bad because I buried, let's at least keep up that it's a 2005 red Volvo. And let's go back to his name is what I'm looking for. Here we go. Okay, so we're looking for 2005 red Volvo. and we're looking for a kid named Austin Lyle. According to the mayor, he's African American with an afro, wearing a hoodie with an astronaut on the front of the hoodie. And again, his name is Austin Lyle. He is the one who shot up the two administrators at that Denver school. Again, they know it's him. This is not an alleged shooter, although they'll probably throw that word around. But this is the person because they knew who he was. He was actually being wanded at the school by two administrators whenever a pistol was located on his person, very likely in his backpack, but it could be been on his waistband or whichever. And he removed the firearm and shot the two administrators. One's in critical condition. Another one, I think they said, is in serious condition. Here we go. All together. Thank you, American Patriot. I appreciate you, buddy. Austin Lyle, 2005 red Volvo, XC90 with Colorado license plate, number BSCW10. All right. I'm going to keep that up there for now. In the event we do not get a picture, if I could get a, now that they know the guy's name, let me see if I can find a picture of this kid. Probably the school likely has one. Austin Lyle. No, not yet. Here's a story from 9 minutes ago. I do not see a picture of him, so not there. Let me try all these. Nope, same one. Here we go. No, maybe they haven't put a picture out of him yet. The fact that he's 17 again. Here we go. We do have a picture of this kid. Let me pull this up for you all. All right, there's Austin Lyle. Police searching for 17-year-old Denver East High student accused of shooting two staff members. Here we go. That's same information that our friend shared for us. Appreciate you, American Patriot, because you're spot on. 2005 red Volvo XC90 with Colorado plate. BS seen wearing a hoodie with an astronaut on it. Here we go. This is good. We'll leave this thing up for a little bit. That's what he was driving, and that's the picture of the kid. What a shame, man. Wanted for attempted homicide. So we'll leave that up for now, just so that we still have a warning out there regarding this. Austin Patriot, thank you for the information, as well as the rest of you guys who have been kind enough to share all of this. Thank you. Thank you all. Werewolf 6, you as well. These poor kids, man. $2,000 reward. They aren't going to give anyone anything. Yeah, I mean, who's going to rat this kid out for $2,000 in the neighborhood that he's going to probably be hiding in? 5'5", 150. Was last seen wearing a green hoodie. Oh man. Well, I hope they find this kid, man, because sadly enough, if this was just a beef he had with somebody and he's not a true sociopath or psychopath, they can actually correct that and get this kid some help. Not every single kid is destined for prison that does something stupid whenever they're young like that. Not taking up for this kid, but I just hate to see a life ruined so damn early. That's a shame, man. That is a shame. That's crazy. Mr. Metro, maybe says in a school near me, the metal detectors are in place, but the kids throw guns in through an open window. That's nuts. That's crazy. Yeah, I guess no system is perfect, right? No system is perfect, but some are better than others. I mean, hopes. We're waiting on hopes right now. We hope these kids don't bring guns to school right now. At least we could prevent some of them. And if nothing else, it's a freaking deterrent. Hard to argue with this. Stop mass shootings, reverse direction of fire. Absolutely, it does. If there's no threat of getting hit by a bullet, most of these people are not intimidated by any of your stuff. Psychopaths on antidepressant drugs. Yep. The shooting happened today, Mo. Mo asked when this shooting happened. This was earlier before lunch at some time. Hey, speaking, I see your shirt over there, Mo. Did Trump get arrested today? I have not seen yet if he got arrested yet. Today was the day that they changed and said that he was expected to. Just look real quick. No, doesn't look like it. While you guys are looking at the wanted posters there, when did this come out? Was this today? Yep, today. Let me pull this up real quick. Donald Trump is insanity about having confirmed. Trump was bullshitting about arrest timing. Yeah, that's a BS article. Close that one. So no, I don't see anything on that. Yeah, Pin King 554, and thank you, by the way, Pin King 554, for helping the channel out. I really appreciate that. He says 2 MTs were at school at the time. From what we read earlier, Pin King 554, it does appear that they were saying that the EMTs were there for a child that had an allergic reaction to something earlier in the day or earlier that morning, and that they were upstairs tending to this child who had the allergic reaction when the shooting took place downstairs. So they were able to render care to the 2 administrators immediately. So that was pretty interesting. Again, Pin King, thank you, buddy. Appreciate you helping the channel out. I got you. Mark Wilson says they canceled the grand jury meeting. Got you. June Bubblegum says mass shootings are never going to stop. Once Americans are disarmed, it will only be a mass disarmed people getting shot by those who want us disarmed. 100%, man. 100%. Always is, dude. Hopefully I find this person, man. I got a link up here that I'm just waiting to see they catch this kid. And shooting. Still looks like he wasn't caught. Yep, no mention of his being caught yet. So I'm going to leave this up. I mean, I'd like for this person to be caught before somebody else is harmed. I mean, if this person is already a problem child, so to speak, even though he's 17, and then this happened, you worry that they feel like at this point, you know, they've got nothing to live for, or what difference does it make what I do now? Because it's not going to make any difference. I'm going to jail or going to juvie or whichever. Will probably be tried as an adult for shooting 2 adults in a school. My guess is, unless the DA in that area is a wacko far left liberal, then he won't want to actually convict anybody or throw the book at anybody. There'll be feelings involved. So they're likely to let this kid out, which will do nothing more than harm them and make it even worse, because now this kid will have street cred. Oh, you're the one that shot up the school. You shot those two MFing administrators. Good for you. Way to go, man. Good job. You know, that kind of stuff. So no favors will be done for this kid if he's just let out through the system. And I don't know. It's a shame, man. 17 years old. We all did stupid, most of us, not, not all of us, I guess, did stupid things at 17, but never anything like this. It's just a shame that this kind of stuff has to happen from somebody trying to act tough. And I'm sure the far left wackos are salivating, trying to figure out what gun he used, where he got it. Do they have safe storage laws in Denver or in Colorado? Let's see if we can find them here. Safe storage laws. Yep, they do. According to this, it's now required in Colorado to safely store your guns and to report lost and stolen guns. So this will be another law that this kid broke, or somebody broke, the adults in the house, I imagine. The same governor, who's the governor now, signed this into law a couple of years ago, known as the Isabella Joy Thalos Act, requires people to report lost and stolen firearms. Thalos was a 21-year-old Denver woman who was murdered with a stolen rifle as she and her boyfriend were walking his dog. His sister, brother, grandmother, and mother watched Paulus sign the bill into law. That's the governor. It's not about her, said her mother. She said she's worried about children staying safe in schools, grocery stores, and shopping malls. The gun violence is out of control. That's a Democrat voter. Somebody had to do something, but what saddens me and hurts me the most is that it takes a mother of a murdered daughter to stand up and speak and try and make a change and a difference in this state. Still not, she didn't seem real mad about the person who did the shooting. That's kind of weird. The new law carries a minimum fine, so backers hope its true impact will be in raising awareness through education and outreach. Where is the meat of this law? Let me find something in here. I don't see the requires people to safely store their firearms. Failure to do so could result in a fine between $250 and $1,000. Licensed gun dealers would also be required to provide a locking device with new gun purchases. I mean, what a requirement. How stupid. How many of you guys can answer this question? Do you get a gun lock when you buy a gun? Yes. So stupid. Let's pass a new law requiring something that's already being done. Hello, maybe you should check with the gun industry and realize that they have been providing gun locks practically since the dawn of time, but not important because that's coming from pro-gun people and we don't listen to them. Yeah, they're already doing it, stupid. Yeah, I don't see anything else, man. Folks, I think I'm going to leave this up for now, if that's okay with you all. For anyone that might, and I'm certainly going to leave the room open for anyone that wants to stay in the room and discuss. I will come back later. I'm going to leave the live stream open with this picture on there so that we'll know if Austin Lyle is actually picked up. I'll come back and make sure that it's taken down and maybe we can discuss then. And yes, Dorzak, you're more than likely right. He says, I suspect this shooting will disappear from coverage because the suspect is a minority. It always does. They make it about race. We don't. Whenever they remove the perpetrators because it's not the right shade of skin, that makes it about race. And they do it every single time. So it's very sad that that is the issue. I want to see this real quick. Polarverse says, as a 16-year-old, I can confirm that these are not the activities engaged in by the vast majority of us. We know that, buddy. It takes a room temperature IQ individual to bring gang violence to a public school. Well, I wish you would talk to politicians about that, in all honesty, because they might be willing to listen to a child, because they certainly won't listen to an adult. So maybe you should contact, and I say this in all sincerity, maybe you should contact your schools and tell them that. Maybe young people as a whole need to start speaking out and saying that, you know, we aren't the problem. Select people are. And maybe at that point, we can start identifying what the true problem is instead of trying to separate bad people from good people and calling people racist all the time whenever they're maybe not racist. And I'm not implying that you did that. I appreciate the comment from you. Absolutely do. But yeah, maybe you should talk to some of your younger friends, and you guys need to start speaking out and telling your own thoughts about what you feel. Speak out against these people like this kid right here who shot people, you know, maybe. And I know people get bullied and all that. I get all that. But as a group, as a whole, if young people would begin to speak out against that, I think that that would be awesome. Just because so many people are not willing to speak out. Wow. Sorry, man. I live in California, try to reason with Dianne Feinstein. Yeah, that's like trying to, I mean, you know this. It's like trying to reason with a tree. They don't hear you. They don't understand you. They can't relate to you. Yeah. I'm sorry that you have to live in that district. That's a shame. But at least you tried. Hey, that's more than most 16-year-olds do. So I applaud you for trying that. That's mighty big of you for doing that. And I think you should continue to try. Stay with that mindset. Even though it's a failed opportunity dealing with somebody like Dianne Feinstein that doesn't really want to hear from you because you're not echoing what she says. Even though your efforts may seem like they failed, they haven't failed in totality. I think that if you can continue to be outspoken and talk to other people, you might be surprised who actually listens and hears you. And at some point, you may get through to the right person. So I would encourage you to keep thinking and speaking out like you have been. And again, kudos to you for being a 16-year-old who's thinking for themselves and not just listening to every adult, mouth-breathing adult that's repeating the same thing that every anti-gun movement has told them to say. So kudos to you for doing that, buddy. Just posting more details about what happened. Zamboni driver says they were undergoing a search. This is talking about this kid who shot these two administrators earlier. They did mention that they were undergoing a search at the school. During that search, obviously a weapon, a handgun was retrieved, and several shots were fired. So yeah, that happened, and then the kid at that point took off, and they have been unable to locate him to this point. Man, they gotta find this kid, man. I'm just sitting here trying to read through some more stories, guys. I'm not ignoring you. I'm trying to see if I can find any other information on this. I mean, there's nothing. There is nothing out there. Again, everywhere I look, they still have not caught this kid. Dante, if you're talking to me, thank you. I try. I'm not the best, but I try. And my goal is, as the news media continues to screw up and not pass on legitimate news or information to us. Sadly, we've had to start doing our own digging and try to find our own method of pulling truth out of whatever's disseminated out there. This is true too, Bob. Thank you for posting this. Lots of 2A cases lately, and they haven't been in favor of gun control. So unfortunately, there are going to be multiple shootings across the country like clockwork every time. You're right. It seems that every single time we gain half an inch, something like this happens. Is it a coincidence? I'm not saying it's not, but I'm not saying it is either. Who knows? But very fishy. Yes, I agree with the odd timing, if you want to call it that. Oh, man. Thanks, Reese. I don't know about that, but I appreciate the compliment. Paul, you do keep us informed much better than the liberal news. Well, I know better than the liberal news, but because they do such a crappy job. That's not much of a compliment there, Reese. Yeah, Daryl says police said there was a safe plan. Oh, that makes me feel so good. Safe plan in place for Lyle to check him every day for weapons before allowing him into the school. He was checked this morning, but today he got a gun into the school. Yeah. Speaking of safe plans, what does that sound like to you? There was a plan in place to check him every day for weapons. It sounds to me like these people who knew that he was a danger are no different than the red flag gun law people. Because if we have a person who you feel obligated to check him for weapons on a daily basis, why is that kid still in school? I say it all the time when we talk about red flag gun laws. All the time I say this. Every single time red flag gun laws come up, I talk about this. If a person is truly a danger, now if they haven't committed a crime yet, leave them alone. Because you have to commit a crime before you can have your due process in your day in court. But if a person has committed no crime, but you think they're too dangerous to own a gun, my opinion is if they're that dangerous, they're too dangerous to be in public. So why was this kid allowed to keep going back to this school when you knew that he was a threat? You were searching for weapons because you suspected he might have weapons. The reason you suspected he might have weapons is likely because he's had them in the past. So why is this kid still in school? Why is this kid still in school with our kids is what I want to know. Go back to this same stupid mindset that a person can be too dangerous to have a gun, but still safe enough to be left in general population with everybody else. I'm not saying red flag gun laws are good. I'm telling you, stop worrying about the gun and start worrying about the person. If you feel like a person is a true danger, you need to either prove it or leave them alone. But you can't sit here and disarm somebody and violate their constitutional rights just because it makes you feel better. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. Yes, we know this. I'm saying rhetorical questions over here. Joe says the agenda is why. You're darn right. You're exactly right. Man, there's nothing on this. I think they're having a hard time catching this kid. If you guys are looking online and you find anything, I'm looking everywhere from Colorado shooting suspect. I'm searching by his name. Every single news report is a regurgitation of the same old one. They are not finding this kid, man. I hope this doesn't end in a bad way. I really don't, man. Because 17, honestly, is young enough to to where if the right people got involved in this kid's life, you could potentially turn that around. It may mean a dad has to get involved. It's just sad, man. I mean, I don't know how old you guys are, but think about at 17, if you had ruined your life by the time you were 17, how crappy that would be for you and your family right now. In fact, most of you may not have had families. You know, you wouldn't have met the person who had your kids or whatever. So some of you might not have wanted to meet the people who had your kids, or your spouse that you're not married to now. I had friends of mine who probably wish they would have had a worse life when they were 17, so they wouldn't have met the ones that they met. But nevertheless, I'm making fun here. Yeah, it's funny how this happens, Dryzo. No one told him that guns are allowed in schools, only if he could read. Guess we need to pump more money into public schools. Oh, of course. Yep. Let's give the schools more money. Of course, I don't really think that they're too concerned with people reading. They've failed miserably at that. Diego Ars says, again and again, a gun-free zone is not preventing anything. Yeah, that's one of those duh moments. You know, we continue to hear it, but it's like, duh, we know this. Why are you even telling me this? Same thing, chewing bubble gum. I hate to say it, but with all the 2A decisions going our way in court, it seems like we're overdue at this point for another large mass casualty event in school. You're right. Again, not saying it's a coincidence, not saying it's not a coincidence, but it's really weird timing, how that works. Let me pull up some of my other information here to see if there's anything else out there. Still not seeing anything on this. No, I don't see anything else. Another donkey says, crazy at 17, I was changing the world. I helped start a nonprofit that gives kids with cancer musical instruments when I was 15. This guy probably started banging around the same time. It's sad, man. It's funny how you can have your priorities so messed up, but a lot of that has to do with upbringing. I'm not saying parents, every parent that's a parent of a good kid was a great parent. I'm not saying every parent of a bad kid is a bad parent, but it absolutely has a direct impact on how that child was raised. I'm just glad that it's the only 2 people that were shot too. I mean, you realize how much worse that could have been? My guess is the gun probably jammed. I don't know how many shots were fired. I thought they said multiple shots, which multiple could be more than one. But I mean, just like a lot of these gang banging type people who have garbage guns, in many cases their guns jammed because they're not maintained or they're just junk. Yeah, man, there's still nothing on this kid. Crazy how story is nothing is coming about this thing. And there's like nothing. I thought, we're the only people going live on this right now. Like I can't even find anything live on this. If anybody else who's got some information, it's like nothing is live right now. To me, I just saw, and I'm going to echo what a lot of you guys have already said. I just saw in the last couple of days the positive things that were happening with gun control, or against gun control and against the ATF. But now we're seeing this, and it's like, okay, wait a minute. From a timing standpoint, this looks very suspect to me. Not much going on out there, man. I cannot find a dang. I mean, I'm looking everywhere. Hmm. Again, I don't know if you guys are seeing anything, but I'm seeing nothing. This will be something, though, that Joe Biden will be able to add to his quote, why all semi-automatics should be banned thing. Guys, I'm going to run in my kitchen and grab me a bottle of water real quick. I'm going to leave this up. I'm certainly going to leave the chat room open. You guys are welcome to hang out. I'm not going anywhere. As far as this live stream, I'm going to leave all this up. I'm just going to grab something to drink real quick. I will be right back. Anybody find anything on this kid? Whether or not he's been caught? Doing another quick search here. How crazy is it? Now I know Denver's not exactly tiny, but it ain't the biggest city in the world either. How in the world can they not find this person? Yeah, man. Nothing at all. Wow. Pretty much nothing. Yeah, I see nothing, man. Maybe if I use a different search engine. Anytime you're trying to look for something that is more truthful and less politically correct, I'll go to DuckDuckGo, like the DuckDuckGo, and you'll typically find better information there than the same liberal news outlets. Let's see, Denver school shooting. Pretty much the same. Yeah, they got nothing there either. So nothing, man. I apologize. That's not surprising to me. All Safe says DuckDuckGo is compromised. They tailored COVID-19 disinformation. Not a shocker there. Kind of makes you wonder if they're really looking for this kid either. Because God knows they don't want to offend anybody by looking for him. This is news to me. Help me on this. All Safe cybersecurity. Brave is better. What is that? Brave search? I don't know what that is. Brave browser? I see Kelly's Corner saying that above there. I've not heard of that. Let me see. Brave web browser. Let me see. Let me see if I get a different search result. No, pretty much all the same. Which all that means is no news, no new news has come out. Yeah, nothing there either. But again, I appreciate the heads up though. I'll give the Brave browser a shot. Yeah, all the same news information. So there's nothing coming out on this. Thanks, Kel's Corner. Uh, Brave Search by Brave Browser, a crypto-based Chrome fork that has built-in VPN and ad blockers, tend to show results based on relevancy over sponsored stuff. Good to know. Good to know. Yeah, I think they're just not they're not able to locate this kid. At some point, the people in Denver are going to not be real happy about this. They're going to want some answers as to why nobody has been caught. We're not talking about some kind of super sleuth. This is a 17-year-old kid. Yeah, and of course, it's kind of funny. YouTube's not liking the fact that I'm streaming this video either. That's pretty weird. Wonder how long it takes Joe Biden to come out and speak on this shooting. Of course, maybe they won't waste their time because there's no real body count yet. Only 2 people have been shot and nobody's been killed. In many cases, they wait for a legitimate body count before they actually come out and dance on their bodies. I'm reading y'all's comments. Interesting. Oh gosh, don't say that. Not the way I want to kick my summer off. Guys, I'm still looking. Again, I don't think there's anything out there on this kid. It's like one of those staff members is doing okay in stable condition, but the other one's still in critical condition. Probably a gut shot or something like that as that kid was pulling the gun out. Says several shots were fired. I don't, Jackson. He asked if I do a segment on our local news. If so, is there somewhere I can watch it? No. Our local news, I have a show on Fox that covers what we talk about here, issues, and do gun reviews and things like that. But our local news would not want me on there. They're pretty left leaning. They would never invite me on there. You bring up a good point, Dryzo. Think the Safer School Act turned out to not be so safe for schools. Don't be surprised if they don't use this to show that what they need is more money, that we didn't approve them enough money in order to do this. Don't be surprised if that's not what's going to happen. They'll be like, yeah, we know we had a anti-gun bill that was passed last year to protect children, and that's how we got everybody to vote for it, because we said that it would protect children, but it wasn't enough money. So we need more money to really protect your children, because the money that you already gave us or that we stole from you isn't enough to really provide protection. Exactly right, Vincent. Exactly right. They need more funding to ensure the schools are even softer targets moving forward. They actually passed a storage law in 2021 in Colorado. They're already talking about storage, and they have that law. Let's word our existing law much more sternly. Sorry, guys. Still was looking for some information on this shooter, and I got nothing. It does not appear that they're having any luck with this guy. Finding him, nothing. Any of you guys going to be at the gathering in South Carolina this weekend? think Clinton, South Carolina. It's the Palmetto State Armory Gathering. It's open to the public on Saturday. Just curious if any of you guys are going to it. Just reading your guys' comments. Jackson says, no, but I will be bringing some home handmade knives to the gunmakers match in April, along with some printed 300 blackouts. That's pretty cool. Feel free to tell people where they can find your stuff if you're making knives yourself and selling them. And Jackson, if you're asking if I'm going to be broadcasting from my YouTube account, probably. Likely, it's a good chance John Crump and I may be collaborating on some stuff over there. But we'll definitely be doing some something from South Carolina this weekend from that the gathering by Palmetto State. Guys, I'm going to run and grab a charger for my phone. My phone's going a little dead, but I'm going to leave all this up and I'll be back. Again, just trying to locate this guy. Hopefully they round him up soon. I'll be right back. Hey, friends, not sure if they've caught this guy yet. I think I may go ahead and shut down our live stream. Yeah, I mean, I still don't see anything on the guy being caught. I'm going to shut the live stream down. A few of you guys that are still on, apologize for letting this thing run so long and they still haven't caught him. I will probably be posting this warning poster right here, or this, whatever you want to call this, wanted poster on social medias until they find the guy, because I really wish they'd find him. So those of you that hung out, I really appreciate it, guys. We will be talking to you all soon, and I'm going to close this thing out. Thanks, guys.